And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has, yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue, timing's always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because, based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I need to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not,
How
no.
about biomechanical engineering?
No,
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center basically to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subdermal.
Not to medical, not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cuts, scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes,
What's that?
knocked out of your shoes.
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not know, but I suspected since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection. Assisting.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl,
Who'd you go see?
the defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dayton. Did you ultimately make it to Dayton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dayton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dayton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dayton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear tail light.
Yes,
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
we were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dayton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dayton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dayton.
On the way down, we contacted Dayton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle, and we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, it would probably estimate it'd be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dayton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and the defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with with physical contact. So,
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
yes,
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
Yep. So just kind of, we had a new visitor today, y'all. Uncivil Law joined us today, and they are going to be interviewing with Turtle Boy this evening. So, if you are balls deep into the current retrial, like many people are, they'll be on their channel at 8 p.m. Eastern. So check it out, y'all. Right now it's a sidebar. Low maintenance day for the folks. Oh, y'all, I'm supposed to be on TMZ today. I forgot all about that. They're going to send me a list of things in about a half an hour. So I'll let y'all know what topic I get. I actually have been doing, I've done it like 3 or 4 times now. So just to let y'all know, I will be filming TMZ today. So I will stay tuned. Kim is in the bushes. Science having a bad day, so make sure y'all send her loves and hugs and send some extra ones over there to our girl Skin. Send some to Kim too. We're just gonna have love going all the way around the circle today. Send some congratulations up for Beta because our girl got the job as she should, as we knew she would. I think that's everybody.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me
I'm
to
not
give a
asking for one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes, all right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange. But
Without the commentary.
Mhm.
After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
she stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Objection.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or people, participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No,
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Objection.
Okay.
Yeah, he wouldn't ask a lot. He up there answering like that lady that was confusing us on yesterday. So I don't know if y'all watched yesterday or not, if you were in here or not, but she was up there confusing the hell out of us. We didn't know which way was up. We didn't know what was going on. Only thing we knew is that she was lying and she was upset and condescending and red. Bev need to instruct the witness to answer only the question that is asked. And for some reason, Bev don't have that in her. She don't have that in her spirit, in her blood, in her body. Like she need to check the witnesses. Tell them, no, you need to answer the question that was asked, or hit them with the Paige would never hit them with the yes or no. Answer yes or no, then explain. They understand doing what they want to do.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver, or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my,
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department
Where was Mr. Proctor?
in my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
Objection.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we would have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived in at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35
Did
p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate
I'm gonna-
putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear the
No.
car of the snow?
No,
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
no,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
no, he did not.
Objection.
I'll sustain it.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ask it differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of
enough.
my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the Sally.
Objection.
I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to share, exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, It was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat, and at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes, the heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes,
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
And what do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe,
Yes, sir.
and you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the district attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office, where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the district attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Mechanic?
Yes, I do.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker, one.
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
You want to move this item into evidence?
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury? Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Can I have that marked? What, is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Here we go with this damn shoe again, y'all. Lord have mercy. The shoe gonna take us out today. The shoe might take us out today. So in the Christopher Scher trial, so this is the other murder trial that was going on up in Grand Rapids. It was a hung jury. So whenever we get a break over here, I am going to take us into that courtroom so that we can actually listen to what was said and see if they polled, I can't even say it right, polled the jury. And so we'll see. But yes, as of right now, a mistrial was declared in the Christopher Scher murder trial for Patrick Hyoya. So is there a statute of limitation for the state to retry, or do you not know? There is no statute of limitations on murder. Murder charges do not have a statute of limitations. Now, if they're trying to go for a lesser one of those lesser charges, I think that it depends. It depends, but I don't think that there is one on murder. Pretty confident that it's not. So that is what's going on. I don't think I got us a poll up out there today.
Jurors will take our morning recess because you don't need to watch us over there playing the game. So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everybody has a break and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence. So we will see you at 11.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
All right, so I'm gonna take us over to the other courtroom so we can watch it here.
Honorable Christina Mims presiding.
Thank you. You may be seated. And we're going back on the record in 2210260 FC, People versus Sure. All parties are present. And I did receive communication from the jury that they're unable to reach a decision. I am going to have them come in to the courtroom to verify that, and we'll proceed from there. Anything you want to address on the record before that happens, Mr. Becker?
Nothing for Your Honor.
Mr. Borgula?
I asked briefly, Your Honor, just following up on some communications we had with the court regarding, I understand the court's going to declare a mistrial. I asked the court if it would consider Michigan Court Rule 6.420 that relates to if the defendant is charged with 2 or more counts. The court may inquire the jury whether they reach unanimity as to one of them. And it's my understanding that the court is not going to do that for the reasons discussed, which were that, first of all, it's discretionary. Second of all, it's the court's position this isn't actually 2 separate counts. It's just 1 count with a lesser included.
Right. Mr. Becker?
Yeah, I've taken verdicts like that where there's 2 separate counts, but this is 1 count with a lesser included. So it's a difference, so I don't think I can
Right.
do that.
Yeah, so that rule does not apply in this situation because there's only 1 count on the information, so.
All rise for the jury, please.
All right, welcome back. You may be seated. And I did receive communication that you were unable to reach a verdict. Who was the 4-person? Raise your hand. Okay. And so first I wanted to verify that that's true, that you're unable to reach a verdict as a panel.
Correct.
Okay. And so what I'm going to do is declare a mistrial in this case, and that means that you're all discharged. And so I'm going to send you back to the jury room just to await further instructions regarding transportation and that sort of thing. Also, I will come back and speak with you to answer any questions I can answer. And then potentially the attorneys may want to speak with you as well, but that would be up to you. And I'll be back in a few minutes. So we'll have you leave out of the same door. Thank you. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. You may be seated.
All right. Not sure there's anything else we need to address at this point.
Nothing for Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brooklyn.
Not from the defense. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Court is adjourned.
All rise, please. Thank you. You may be seated.
That is how that ended. Maybe it'll come out and through another channel how the jury voted and which way they were leaning to. Why was it a declared a mistrial? I guess we'll find that out. Maybe we'll find that out later. I also want to share that I've been seeing a lot of people out here posting talking about Melly got a bond. Y'all, Melly did not get a bond yesterday. I don't know why. Well, I do know why people are out here spreading fake news, because people get paid off of engagement. And so if you're able to provide, if you are able to post something that's going to get clicks, likes, shares, and comments, people will, you'll get paid off of it. But I have not seen that Melly has gotten a bond. Whoa, wait a minute, y'all. Serve case law in support of pretrial release. Now, a motion was filed. Notice of serving case law. Okay, I'm finna share this. We finna see what this is about. Where am I at? Share this tab instead. Come down, defendant Demons buying through signed counsel. Oh, they gave a bunch of different case law to support release. Like, yeah, nothing has been, and which was just freaking filed. Well, what was filed yesterday? It was e-filed yesterday, but nothing in here. No, that boy does not have a release date. So this is the actual murder trial, right? And this is where I would still expect to see the decision be added here. I don't see it here. So oh, y'all able to see my screen? Oh shoot, y'all can't see my screen. Hold on. I'm not sharing. I apologize. So I would expect it to be added here, right? Because the decision will be made. It'll get put in writing. It'll be on the trial, in the docket. But even if you go back and you go look at this one, the capital life one, and even in this one where he actually had, you can see it. There is no bond information available for this case. Ruling deferred. So if people out here talking about Melly got a bond, no, he don't. A decision was not made. So don't let nobody spoof y'all. Okay, just wait on me. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell y'all if he get a bond or not. Trust me. We gonna look at it. We gonna look at the decision and everything else. Oh shit. Think that oh shit. Okay, here. This is what we have so far. Pick at least 3 from the list. Okay, so we got Smokey Robinson, attorney cause 6 assault claim. Oh, jeez, y'all. So they've got the Smokey Robinson attorney cause sexual assault claim false, shakedown of an icon. They also got the Diddy trial. Prosecutors need gag order to block potential appeal. Who they want to gag? And then they've also got Jennifer Anderson, alleged gate crasher, charged with stalking her for years. So these are the topics that they got today for TMZ. I guess I would go with Smokey Robinson or Diddy, even though I'm not following the Diddy trial. I could read the article and come up with some commentary. Or Drake. So those are the topics that I have. Yeah, so All right, y'all. I'm just getting me some breakfast, so hold tight. I'm just poking around, y'all, trying to see if there's something else we can watch in the meantime, in between time. I think there might be a another trial going on that we can watch. Oh, Judge Fletcher's on. We can watch his court for a little while.
copy of these conditions. If you violate any of the conditions of this bond, you're subject to having the bond that you're currently on revoked, and you can be taken to custody. Yes, ma'am.
He has conditions on the arrest.
Oh, that's right. I do see that.
Would you like to mirror those?
Let me see. Let me look at it. No contact, no going, no weapons. Yeah, let's mirror those. I do see, I'm sorry, Mr. Bennett, whenever you went to jail, you went before a judge, a magistrate judge, and I do see that you got bond conditions on your harassment case. So we're going to issue bond conditions on your criminal mischief because you don't have one. It's going to be exactly the same thing as your other case, okay? Like I mentioned, don't violate any of the conditions. If you do, this court can revoke your bond and put you into custody. Now, you're going to need an attorney, sir, to represent you on both these cases. There's two options regarding a lawyer. I can reschedule your case to allow you time to hire an attorney of your own choice, or would you like the court to appoint you one this morning? You qualify for one, sir? I'll appoint you an attorney this morning. All right, Mr. Bennett, do you have any questions on anything that I mentioned to you, sir? All right, right behind you at the table, to your right, and my pretrial officer go with her, signs conditions. Have a seat. I'll appoint your lawyer, okay? Thank you. Millie? Page 2, Jackson Bennett, court appoint 2 cases. Give me one second. I'll do one quick Spanish speak before I lose her. Come on. Ricardo Torres Zúñiga. He's got a lawyer, but I just didn't make sure this is on a separate case. And Stephanie, this is an MRP, right? Technically, he's still on probation.
Correct, Judge.
And you need to see him. Okay. And was the motion to revoke as a result of his other case? Yep. I see it. Okay, so you are Ricardo Torres Zúñiga?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Zúñiga, you are here today in reference to your driving while intoxicated case in which you are currently on probation. You were given a probation on this case back on June 20th of 2024. And you were given a probation, let's see here. For a period of 12 months. All right, so I noticed that while you were on probation, you were also ordered to go to a special court called sober court. But I do see that you have another case of driving while intoxicated that was alleged to have occurred on April 26th of this year. On that case, sir, you were arrested, you posted a bond, and we
Okay, the jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no? I don't need to have them.
No, I had walked downstairs. I thought you had them. I will.
Did that fall out?
Thank you.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, are you all set, Mr. Brennan?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Sir, when we left, we were and did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan show it to the jury?
Yes.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
Just place it on that side.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Trooper Buchanan, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
The court's permission?
Yes.
Could you show the back side, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
No, that's maybe,
I'm sorry?
maybe approach.
Oh, okay. So jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Kennick, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an e-tool, military style e-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believe to be evidence, what was the process to handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would a person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items are bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually, it was sealed. Yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside, and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Buchanan
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry. Hand you a series of photographs. I'd ask you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs and evidence.
Any objection? Okay. We'll knock them separately, please.
This is 8994.
Thank you very much. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification? Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02-184-7-8.1. This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You want to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what they're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492-7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P5157721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Exhibit 97.
Showing a photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What's in a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed.
Yes, it was.
Let's move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Exhibit 98.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury,
Okay.
and that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, I've moved that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
Exhibit 96.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, Trooper Buchanan, could you open that and show it to the
Yes.
jury? Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was photographed, was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it, with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you want them as 4 separate or A, B, C?
A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P5267733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
We could next show 99B, P5277735.
This is again, the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P5297739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was,
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn, to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police.
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence, A and B, court's permission.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total of the 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the, let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes,
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence. Your
Yes.
Honor. Could you produce 7-12, please?
yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the-
Exhibit 103.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the bag?
Yes.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before were appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to open the wax bag.
Please. Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from CF McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I am not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone tower, voice communications.
Okay, do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text-to-text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes,
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
there was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with the thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Sustained is to 4.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Sustained is to 4.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No,
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I stand here?
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Ma'am?
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, could you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I
Okay.
should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, this, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who is writing these?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
that is.
Next, please.
There's a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the Ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review Ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the Ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022. Did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
If I could have video 119. Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the Ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. There's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please? Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any Ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any Ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no Ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for Ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
We have exhibit or video 159, please. Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1 minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 1240?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171? And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes,
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
there was no video. No.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see after the snow melted what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes,
What do you notice?
it's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes,
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Any of your documents, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
So, Your Honor.
Exhibit 104.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6. At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dayton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dayton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dayton
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dayton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 105.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you play video 2, please? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bar, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
You know, I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, we'll raise the council side up for just a second, please. Juries, feel free to stand.
Y'all know Bev about to send him to lunch. She about to tell him to stop, shut it down, flip it and reverse it. Wow. She send the folks to lunch. And when they go to lunch, y'all, we're getting ready to switch over to watch the Tusky Valley bus crash trial. All right. This trial is about Jacob McDonald. He's being tried for driving the bus that ran into some kids and chaperones, the school band or something. And we're gonna watch that while they go to lunch. So just so the folks know, we done found us something else to watch. Just so the folks know. We have an acquired day over here in the Taylor Gang community. I do honestly like these days though. I like it when we have a lot of people and we be amped too, but I actually do enjoy the days where we just on chill.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a CD. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson, is no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from C.F. McCarthy's on January 28th, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Thank you. Sir, I'm showing you 4 more photographs. Can you take a look? Do you recognize?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
There's still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
It's 108A through 108.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you with a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at C.F. McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is timestamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the timestamp 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. We could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please. And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 9:32.
Here, the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
right there.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming. So right there, we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket, and he put it back. Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
Could we proceed to the next video, please? This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir. So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please? 10:09 p.m.
Here, the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes. And he puts it in his back pocket. The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
We have the next.
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass. A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar. The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar. And then
What time are we at now?
that was 10:34, so we're moving to 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Could we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
$10.41, please.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed. pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
Okay, I'll strike that.
Next video, please.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it. And the two walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike.
Next slide. And is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see counsel on this. For the lunch and break, it's 1:10. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and so we can just fire up our.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Order before we proceed? No, Your Honor.
And the other court.
In 1992, then did a one-year rotating internship at Flint Osteopathic Hospital in Flint, Michigan, from 92 to 93. And then I did a 4-year hospital pathology residency at the Beaumont Hospital in Royal Oak, Michigan, just outside of Detroit. That would have been from 93 to 97. And then I did a 1-year forensic fellowship specialty training program at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston from 97 to 98. Then I worked for 2 years at the Richmond, Virginia medical examiner's office.
And sir, do you have any publications?
I have a few from several years ago when I was in training, nothing recent.
Teaching?
A little bit, yes. I teach at COTC once a year, some other high schools and some local colleges in the area. I like once a year, what does a coroner do? What's a forensic pathologist? Kind of a general thing, I don't teach a program or anything like that.
Sir, are you familiar with this case involving State of Ohio versus Jacob McDonald?
Yes,
Sir, my understanding is that you have coroner reports, death certificates, as well as your curriculum vitae for 6 deceased individuals,
that's right.
and they're marked States Exhibit A through F. I think we have a stipulation on those.
Yes.
So I won't ask you about them other than they're as what they seem to be. Yes,
Yes.
okay. I want to direct your opinion though in the book in front of you to States Exhibit number 9. And I'm also going to ask you to look in the back of the exhibit book in the sleeve there, States Exhibit number 10. But turning your attention towards the States Exhibit number 9.
Okay, I see 9 and 10, yes.
Okay. Sir, what is States Exhibit number 9?
It is a letter from me to you, actually, from July of last year. It is, I wrote the letter to you after I reviewed the medical records from Mr. McDonald's stint in the emergency room on that day of November 14th.
And that's States Exhibit number 10?
That's 9 is my letter.
Right,
to
the
you.
actual medical records.
Oh,
It's in the back sleeve.
yes, the first few pages look very familiar, yes.
Okay. And sir, what was the request placed to you?
To see if there was any evidence of a medical condition that Mr. McDonald may have had that could have made him less attentive at the wheel that day.
Was one of those conditions diabetes?
Yes.
And sir, what was the background or the information provided in those medical records regarding the defendant and diabetes?
He had had diabetes for a while. He was being treated with medication, not insulin. And he had a finger stick number of 173 or so on the scene by the EMTs. And then they drew his blood once in the ER and his number was 156.
Okay. And sir, are you familiar with the treatment of this? I'm going to call it a disease.
Yes, in general.
Okay. Are those numbers outside the bounds of acceptability?
Not acceptability, no. They're a little high compared to what you want. If you're treating someone with diabetes, you would like to have it lower. And I think the normal for the hospital was 80 to 100, but you certainly would like it no more than 120 or 130 on a regular basis.
Okay. And from the information that you had, were you able to form an opinion as to whether or not diabetes or some other medical condition may have contributed or caused the collision that occurred in this particular case?
Yes, I didn't find anything in the records, including the diabetes, that would have caused him to be what I would think is less than conscious, unconscious, certainly not completely alert. With the high blood sugars, you tend to get jittery at numbers that are even a little higher than this. At this level, I wouldn't expect there to be much symptoms or signs from him or from anyone with those levels.
And I'm assuming that you've offered an expert opinion in this court and the other court a few times.
Yes, many times.
And were you able to, from a review of the medical records of the defendant, as well as your knowledge and background and subject matter in this, form an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty within your field of expertise?
Yes.
And what was that opinion, sir?
That there is no reason medically that I could see from the history documented in the medical records that Mr. McDonald wouldn't have been able to be alert and driving in an alert situation.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination? I have no questions, right? You referenced some numbers here. Are those like blood sugar numbers?
Blood sugar numbers, yeah, sorry if I didn't say that.
Okay, I don't think you were asked, but you characterized them as a little high.
A little bit high, yes.
Okay.
They did not give him anything for treatment in the emergency room for those numbers.
All right. Follow up, Mr. Murphy?
No, you're all right.
Mr. Thank you, Doctor. You may step down.
Okay.
Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. This day we call Josh Chica.
solemnly swear the testimony that you're about to give in this case now being heard is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Merci. You state your full name, spell your last name, please, for the record.
Joshua Henry Chica, Chieka.
Thanks.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my name is Cliff Murphy. We've talked by phone a few times. I don't think I ever met you in person. But I wanted to talk to you about the events that occurred on November 14th, 2023. Do you recall that morning?
Yes, sir.
And sir, what do you do professionally?
I'm a truck driver,
And how long have you been a truck driver?
about 3 years.
Okay. And were you a truck driver on November 14th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of licensure do you have?
I have my CDL, hazmat, all the endorsements.
In a class?
Class A.
Okay. And sir, when you say that you have all the endorsements and hazmat, what is that?
I could tanker, I could haul tanker, doubles, triples, hazardous material, things like that.
Okay. And sir, how did you get to that point that you have those certifications?
I just went and took the test, studied for the testing.
And how did you get your class A?
I went to school
How long did you go to school?
about 3 months, I believe.
Okay. And you indicated that you've been driving about 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to November 14th, 2023, were you on state or interstate route 70?
Yes.
My understanding is that you were on the eastern side
Correct.
of that, not the western side.
Correct.
Okay. And sir, what drew your attention to what was going on the western side of the roadway?
Well, there was an accident up front, and there was traffic just stopped on the westbound lane, and I just kind of rubbernecking. And then
Stopped or rubbernecking?
I was rubbernecking going by the first exit. Then I seen that there was a bus that was on fire. And I noticed that there was nobody off of that bus.
Okay.
For some reason, I don't know why I stopped and pulled my tractor trailer to the side of the road and proceeded to cross the highway. And that's roughly about the time that the children started leaving the bus.
Okay. And sir, why were the children, if you knew, leaving the bus?
Because it was on fire.
Okay. And sir, were you able to discern why the bus was on fire?
Because a tractor trailer truck hit the back of the bus.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 22.
It's an addition.
Are you familiar with State's Exhibit number 22?
Yes, sir.
And just not to give the ballot archive. Is this the bus that you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
Now, is that the semi that you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
It appears that the front passenger wheel of the actual semi is off the ground.
Correct.
Is that the condition that you had observed it?
Yes, but I was so worried about the kids and that there's flames in the back, I didn't even notice that the flames hadn't even hit the bus at that time, to be honest with you. So this may have been a little bit before I actually arrived, this photo in particular. I'm guessing
I don't want you to guess. Was the truck on fire?
Yes,
Is that how the truck generally appeared?
yes,
Bus was probably in better condition than it looks like there.
yes.
Okay. When you arrived, you indicated the bus was on fire?
Yes, I did, but
Okay. Tell us what you did when you arrived.
I ran to the front of the bus and I noticed that there were students getting off of the bus. there was a little girl that had a broken leg, I believe, and they all started huddling in the front of the bus where the door was. I asked the children, I said, you know, you probably get away from that. There was a little girl that were in crutches. I asked her if I could pick her up. She said, yes, sir. I picked her up. I brought her, guessing about 50 yards somewhere further away from the flames. At that point, I heard somebody say that there was still children on the bus. And this is where it gets a little grainy for me. I don't know what child I took off first, but I recall running in there, grabbing a child, dragging the child out, going back in and grabbing one more child and bringing that child out.
How was the interior of the bus smoke-wise?
It was smoky, extremely smoky.
Any difficulty breathing in there?
Yes, I had a very difficult time with that.
At some point in time, did you see another student hanging from a window?
Yes, sir.
Walk us through what happened.
I heard somebody in the back, it was a second child, I can't say if it was Brenner, the other young boy. But I remember yelling in the back, I promise I'll be back to you, buddy. At that time, I heard somebody yell, jump, jump, jump. I got back off the bus in the front, and I was catching my breath is when I heard that. So I ran to the other side, the opposite side of the bus, and I seen a child hanging out by his foot. At that time, I pulled the kid, and he goes, ow. I go, what do I do? He goes, lift me up, sir. So I lifted him up, and he ended up getting his foot unstuck, and I helped him down to the ground. And I remember just putting him in front of me as we were moving away from the bus.
At some point in time, did you help Trooper Grimm with the person who was in an SUV?
Yes.
Okay, talk to us about that.
I wish I could be more clear on the time periods, but everything was happening so fast, my adrenaline was going. I ran behind a trooper. He was talking to a gentleman inside of a vehicle. As the trooper went towards the back of the vehicle, I reached my hand in and helped the older gentleman out of that vehicle. At that time, somebody else took him, and I just proceeded to walk away.
Sir, you suffered some injuries from this?
You know, the only injuries I really suffered was a burn on my right arm, very small. And I went to the hospital because I had trouble breathing. I had a severe headache at the end of it.
In terms of driving truck, do you drive a standard or do you drive automatic?
I actually drive both. At the time that the accident happened, I only drove a standard, but since that time of the accident, I've actually been put into an automatic, strictly an automatic.
Okay. What's the difference?
Shifting through gears, and so on and so forth.
Is driving an automatic easier on the driver?
Oh, yeah.
Why is that?
So all you do is step on the gas and go and step on the brake. And, you know, you're not controlling the gears.
Okay. In terms of the automatic, are you familiar with an exhaust brake?
Yes.
Tell us what that is.
It's a switch, there's 1 through 3 settings. And what it does is it opens up the valves and introduces air exhaust into the motor to help slow down the vehicle with your fuel.
Okay. Does that happen with the pressing on the brake, or does that happen, pre-driving?
You don't have to step on the brake. You lit off if your Jake brake is engaged, you lit off of the fuel and the Jake brake will kick in.
And in terms of the purpose of the exhaust brake, is that to, obviously it doesn't increase the fuel mileage, because I would imagine you're not able to coast then.
No, you can't coast.
So what's the purpose of?
Slowing the vehicle down, so you're not riding your brakes, heating your brakes up. Slows your vehicle down.
And just out of curiosity, if I have that engaged, if I have that on, whether it's by switch or some other way, just by taking my foot off the gas, so to speak, I understand it's diesel.
Yeah.
The truck would brake, would slow down.
Yes, correct.
Okay. If the vehicle was so equipped.
Yes.
Okay. And so, are you familiar with the 2019 Freightliner model, or?
I'm familiar with that model. I've never driven them.
Okay, so you don't know how it works on that particular truck?
I mean, they're all pretty much similar. I mean,
Okay. Well, then, if I was driving down State Route 70 on a flat, level ground where the sun's to my back and I'm sitting at an elevated position and I can see everything in front of me, and I took my foot off the gas or the accelerator pedal, whatever you want to call it, and did absolutely nothing else, what would that vehicle do?
it starts slowing down.
Okay, noticeably?
Yeah, oh yeah. Especially if you're in third, you're in UJ sometime.
Have you ever had to stop a semi on the quick?
Yes.
What kind of circumstances?
Just when there's vehicles, you know,
Cut in front of you?
cut in front of me, somebody slams on their brakes to avoid something. Yes.
Okay. What is the stopping ability of one of these semis?
I would say at 65 miles.
What's your objection?
He's not an expert on the stopping ability of semis. He's a truck driver. You're
You
getting
can
into
explore his background, but so far you haven't laid a foundation for expert testimony.
I'm not as an expert, Your Honor, lay witness with additional knowledge. He's testified that, you know, he has the prior training, he has the credentials, he has the additional experience.
He says he's been driving the truck for 3 years.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, he said he's not familiar with the 2019 Freightliner. He can only
Sustained
speak
at
to his
this
truck.
point, sustained at this point. You can lay additional foundation, go ahead.
Sure. On your particular truck, what truck do you actually drive on a daily basis?
The one I drive is in between a Kenworth, a 2023 or 2024 Kenworth Peterbilt, and I have operated not Freightliners,
International?
Internationals.
Okay. And is that how those systems work
Yes,
on those vehicles?
yes.
So if somebody cut in front of me and I took my foot off the accelerator, would my vehicle, under any of those vehicles, come to a faster stop than if I did nothing?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. If my foot's on the accelerator, what's going to happen with the vehicle?
It's going to speed up.
Okay, up until the maximum that it's covered.
Correct.
Okay. If I take my foot off, you previously testified that it would drop.
Correct.
And I think you used quite quickly.
Yes.
Okay. If you saw a vehicle pull in front of you, would you be able to bring your semi to a quick stop?
Absolutely.
What kind of distances are we talking about?
At 65 miles an hour, I think I could bring my truck to a complete stop within 150 yards to 200 yards, absolutely maximum. But as being a professional truck driver, I would be putting that truck into a ditch before I hit a vehicle.
Okay. Well, let me ask the question a different way without asking you whether or not you're going to or anything else. Sir, assume for the sake of argument you had 800 feet.
Okay.
Is that something that you'd be able to bring that vehicle to a stop if you were actually walking?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
You just testified that you put your truck in the ditch before you hit something.
Correct.
So how much does your truck weigh when it's loaded?
I'm hauling heavy up to 100,000 pounds, but without permits, about 80,000 pounds.
It's not real maneuverable, is it?
No.
So if you saw a quick braking event occur in front of you, you wouldn't be able to put that truck in the ditch, would you?
Absolutely. I'd be able to.
If the car was several feet in front of you?
No.
Okay. So you'd need a considerable amount of distance to be alerted to that stopping event in order to maneuver your vehicle, correct?
I would say 100 to 150 feet.
150 feet to maneuver.
Yeah, to between, by the time I recognized what was going on and proceeded to remove that vehicle from the roadway, yes.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that these Jake brakes, they have variable speeds. You said that 1 through 3, is that what you said? So does that give us a variable on how much it works? So in other words, it has three variables. Is it variable 1 give us a certain degree of slowing down, and variable 2 even more, and variable 3 even more?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that the driver sets?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, are all Jake brakes like that?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And your knowledge is limited to the International and the Kenworth? Is that what-
And Petersville.
And Peterbilt? Did I say Kenworth? Did I make that up? Or is
No,
that-
Kenworth.
Okay. So how much weight were you pulling that day?
I was empty that day when that actually occurred. When I was loaded going to Pixel to drop off my load, I was about 80,000 pounds.
You're about 80,000. Have you ever, when you had the 80,000 pounds, just for a test, locked up your brakes as hard as you could to see how far it takes you to stop?
No.
That would
Just,
be-
just not to test that out. That's
You
not
haven't?
something that you would.
How about on I-70? Have you ever done that?
I've had vehicles stop, pull in front of me, stop. Yes, I've had this.
Have you had to hit your brakes to where you came to a complete stop? Just
Um,
jammed on the brakes as hard as you could?
Not as I recall.
Okay.
Not on the I-70.
So you haven't really performed any tests to tell us how far it takes to actually stop?
Well, I mean, not on I-70, but I mean, on different highways, absolutely. You've been cut off, you have to slow
I
down.
didn't ask you if you've been off on other highways. I've asked you if you ever performed a test to determine how long it takes to stop a truck with 80,000 pounds of weight.
No.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Sarah, we're not talking about testing, we're talking about the real world. Have you done it in the real world?
Yes,
Your lives matter?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Rick Ruff. In those real world events, as I just asked you, you've never locked up the brakes completely to come to a complete stop, have you?
I have locked up my brakes to not hit them, yes, I have.
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you on the highway, have you locked up your brakes, jammed on them, I believe that's exactly what I said, and came to a complete stop when you were 80,000 pounds heavy?
I've never came to a complete stop on the highway one.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. This day we call Trooper James Coughlin.
Self-expert testimony that you have in this case, I'm the nurse, truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. You say your full name, spell your last name, please, for record.
James Coughlin, C-O-F-F-L-A-N-D.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Trooper. Sir, where are you currently employed at?
Currently, State Highway Patrol. I'm assigned to the academy in Columbus.
Okay. And what do you do at the academy?
I'm an instructor.
And what do you instruct?
How to be a trooper, police officer in the state of Ohio. All the duties, crash, defensive tactics, driving, firearms, traffic stops, traffic law, criminal law.
Okay. And sir, how long have you been an Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper?
Just over 10 years.
Okay. And sir, do you have any training as a DRE?
I do.
What is your training, sir, at that?
Drug recognition expert. It's an extra training you go to. So you have standardized field sobriety that you have to have, which you get in the academy. That's a 40-hour week with practical application. Then you have a post-grad. So after we get done with our FTO training phase, we go through AROD, which is just more drug interdiction on the side of the road. And then after you have 5 years on, you can apply to be a drug recognition expert. And then you go through 3-week course, 2 weeks of our classroom, and then you have a week of practical that you have to do where you, that is, you can learn how to detect drug impairment. There's 7 different categories that you have to look at. Just, yeah, there's all kinds of just more in-depth standardized field sobriety that you get trained on.
Is it legal drugs or illegal drugs or both?
It's both, any drugs.
What are some of the things that you would observe as a DRE for someone who is suspected to be under the influence?
Well, it depends on the drug category. But some of the, like, for instance, for like depressants, you would look at like slow or slurred speech. So like alcohol, think alcohol. You've ever seen them when it's impaired on alcohol? Alcohol is a depressant. So you look at blurred, watery eyes, glassy bloodshot eyes, slow slurred speech, lethargic movements, maybe a sway about their person. Then you have stimulants, which is like cocaine, amphetamines, methamphetamine. That's someone who's real rigid, very, very hyperactive. Then you have narcotics. The pupils will be pinpoint. They'll be kind of what's called on the nod, almost look like they're sleeping. So there's different drug categories that you look at. Marijuana, you have glassy bloodshot eyes, lethargic movements, very like laid back demeanor about their person. These are all just different things you look at.
Okay, so you're looking for something that would be out of the ordinary that you'd expect to see on someone who's not.
Correct.
There.
Correct.
Okay. And sir, how long have you been a DRE expert with the State Highway Patrol?
I went through DRE school in 2019.
Okay. And so I'm assuming then that if you went through in 2019, you were so certified on Tuesday, November 14, 2023.
I was.
Okay. And sir, did you participate in an investigation of a collision that occurred on Interstate 70 near milepost 118 in the westbound lane in Licking County, Ohio?
I did.
Okay. And sir, could you tell the court what your participation was in that investigation?
I was assigned to the Lancaster Post, which is just south of the Greenville Post. I knew that they had a serious crash going on 70, and it was kind of an all hands on deck. I used to work at the Greenville Post, so I called Lieutenant Vollmer and asked him if he needed any assistance. And then he asked me to go to Grant Hospital, make contact with Mr. McDonald, who's the driver of the semi. Most importantly, you want to make sure there wasn't any impairment or anything like that.
Okay. And again, impairment can be drugs, can be non-drugs, just some level of alteration.
Correct.
Okay. And do you see Mr. McDonald in the courtroom here today?
Yes, he's sitting with the defense.
I asked the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant.
So reflect.
Now, sir, in 2023, November 14th, did you have access to a body-worn camera?
I did.
Okay, and sir, were you wearing that body-worn camera when you had that interaction with Mr. McDonald?
I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what has been marked. And I apologize. It's State's Exhibit number 11. I believe this starts at about 117, so I'm gonna just move it up to 117. Who was with you for this?
Gentleman right there, Matson, Sergeant Matson.
Jacob.
And Trooper Dewars.
How you feeling?
Also now Sergeant.
As good as you can be, huh? I'm Trooper Coughlin with the patrol, obviously. That's Trooper Matson, Trooper Diverson. Just come and check on you. Ask you some questions. All right. Do you know? Can you remember what happened?
I can't even remember any. The first thing I remember, the only thing I remember, is seeing fire outside of my truck.
Okay.
And that's the only thing I remember. I don't remember anything right before that. I don't remember any kind of anything before that or anything. I just remember fire going on in the truck.
Just remember that's all you remember. Do you remember any vehicles that were in front of you? Do you remember any vehicles around you?
I don't remember it. I was driving down the road. I know that. I left the house this morning. And I was driving down the road and like normal. And then next thing I remember, it's like I just woke up and I seen fire outside my truck. That's the only thing I remember. And then I was like, I gotta get out of here. And I pulled the handle on the door and it opened. So I kind of rolled out of the truck and I seen all kinds of stuff going on.
Okay.
And I seen there was a red something, I don't know what it was, but a red SUV out of the side of it, and there was a man in it. And I tried to get him out. And I started hollering for some people to come over there because he was still in. The fire, of course, at that point, it was really bad in the truck because I could feel the heat. And they told me to get over to the side.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember? So you don't remember? Did you hit your head at all during the crash? Do you know?
I don't know.
Did you have your seatbelt on?
Yes, I did.
So
I probably didn't hit my head.
Do you have any medical conditions or anything? Are you diabetic or anything like that? You are? Okay. Was your sugar, do you know if your sugar was low or anything like that, or?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I mean,
was your medical card for your medical card's good for your CDL?
Yes.
Okay. When was your last exam?
It's been less than a year ago. I don't remember, right off, but it's been definitely less than a year.
So you got every year?
Because I've been taking it. Well, they made me take it. They said I didn't have to take it back in a year. That's how I know it's been less than a year ago.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly when.
What was the last moment that you do remember while driving? Do you remember where you were at?
I remember let's see, the last moment I remember when I was driving. Our yard is at 126, and I was past it.
So you're past the 126?
I'm pretty sure I was past the 126.
Okay. Which direction were you heading?
I was headed westbound.
Westbound?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you travel that route often?
Every day.
Every day?
Yeah, every other day. I go from Ohio, Marysville, Ohio, to Pennsylvania.
Okay. What were you hauling?
Battery.
What kind? Okay. Just the little small batteries that you put up in the front?
In cars.
Okay. How many do you have?
I had, there was 8, 2, and 2. There was 12 pallets total.
12 pallets. How many is typically in a pallet?
I'm not even sure.
Oh, okay. Do you know the approximate weight that you're running?
Probably maybe 15, 16 pounds.
Okay. Roughly 16,000?
Just rough estimate. I'm not sure
Okay. What time did you leave Marysville?
Well, I didn't leave Marysville. I left my house. I was going to Marysville.
Okay.
Yeah. But I left my house this morning. I don't know. I don't even know what time I was when I left the house. I would say it was probably around between 8 and 8:30.
8 and 8:30. Where do you live at?
In Zanesville.
Zanesville.
What's your address?
It's 2230 Adamsville Road, Zanesville, Ohio. One of y'all has my driver's license.
Oh, okay.
One of the cops. on
Yeah.
the scene.
We weren't on the scene. They're still out there with it, so.
So what lane do you typically travel in?
Right lane.
Right lane? Do you ever get over to the left, or do you recall ever getting over to the left, or were you right lane the entire time?
I think I was in the right lane pretty much the entire time.
Okay.
I mean, from what I remember, I was in the right lane.
So when you were you said it was the 126 is what you remember last?
I remember that.
When you were at the 126, do you remember what was in front of you, around you, anything along those lines?
There wasn't a lot of traffic
Yeah.
at that point. I don't remember a lot of traffic then.
All right.
What's at the 126? Do you know?
Yeah, the truck stops, because that's where our yard is. The truck stops, and our yard right up the road from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you didn't stop at the yard, you're driving from your house up to
Up to
Marysville?
Marysville,
Okay.
and then I always go back to the yard.
So you were empty now, you were
No, I had batteries.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So when did you pick up the batteries?
Yesterday in Thompson, PA.
Okay. And then you drove them to your house for overnight?
Yeah, I go by the house, and then I throw them down to Marysville.
Yeah. Did you do your pre-trip?
Yes.
All right. Was there any issues that you found or anything like that on your pre-trip?
No issue.
Okay. Is that your truck or is that a company vehicle?
Company.
Okay.
Was the air was good the whole time? Like for your brakes and everything?
Yeah, I had no problem, no issues with it.
So you don't remember anything after the 126 at all?
Well, I don't remember anything that stood out. I mean, I don't remember how much further I went.
Yeah.
I don't really remember. I guess you'd say, I don't remember after 126.
Right.
Because it's kind of weird. I mean, I don't know where it happened. I don't even know where it happened. So if it happened on down.
I'm not sure which mile marker.
118, right for Amazon.
Big guns.
310, just past 310, stay around 310.
Yeah, I know about where it's at.
How much sleep did you get last night?
Like, I mean, I went to bed.
You a good sleeper or I wake up tonight, so.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say I'm a good sleeper. I mean, I sleep. Usually if I get 4 or 5 hours sleep, I feel good.
Yeah.
And I felt good this morning when I left.
Yeah.
Did you eat breakfast?
No, I didn't eat anything.
Did you eat anything for breakfast?
No.
Do you have anything? Cup of coffee, tea?
Just I had some water.
Some water?
Yeah, some water.
The medicine that you're on, if you take it on an empty stomach, does it make you nauseous or anything?
No, it normally don't bother me at all. That's what's scary.
Have you ever had periods before where you've traveled up to 8 miles without remembering anything, or?
Not that I can remember, no.
How long you been driving for?
About 20 years.
All right. Have you ever been involved in a wreck before?
Nothing more than minor. I had a truck hit me.
Yeah.
Nothing major.
Do you have, I was gonna say, I had a question right on top of my head here. Can't think of it. Do you normally not eat breakfast in the morning? Or you normally do eat breakfast?
I normally don't.
You normally don't?
No.
Okay. I'm not a big breakfast person myself, so it's usually me, it's a cup of coffee.
Yeah, on the weekend, I may eat it, but that's about it.
What was the name of your medicine again? What was the name of your medicine again? Metformin?
You talking about
Yeah. Do you take anything else regularly?
I take, Senegal for my blood pressure.
Did you take that this morning?
I take it at night.
You take it at night?
Okay. Yeah, I take it last night.
Okay. What's the name of that?
That's Senegal, I think.
What is it? Lisinopril? Is that right?
Something like that. I don't know if that's the exact pronunciation, but.
How old are you, sir?
60.
60?
Yeah.
So that's for your blood pressure?
Yeah.
You take that at night?
Yeah. It's still, that's on my blood pressure.
So you take Lisinopril
And there's another one for my triglycerides. It's called,
if you
I got something with an A. I don't think.
For your, what is it for?
For
Cholesterol. Takes the cholesterol.
Yeah. My triglycerides. And that's not the
name of his company. The company that you drive for, what's the name of it?
Mid-state.
Mid-State? Is it Mid-State Systems? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sure y'all thought the same.
It's familiar. I had one of their trucks on the side of the road not too long ago.
It happens, right?
She said she'd call back if she had more questions. He said I'll give a volunteer. So if your blood pressure in the past has ever dropped, do you usually like get kind of disoriented and not know what's going on, or?
I've never had that.
Have you ever had your blood sugar drop and you're like, you don't know what's going on?
No, I haven't.
If you normally don't take your, is it metformin? If you normally don't take your metformin, do you have any reactions that you know?
I've never had a reaction. Now, I have checked it before, and sometimes it'd be a little high. But I've never had any kind of reaction.
Okay. How long have you been on metformin?
Oh, a few years.
A few years. Same thing with the blood pressure medication. You've been taking that for a while?
Yeah.
What, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years?
Well, the blood pressure, with the blood pressure medication that he got, I've probably been on that for about a year.
A year, maybe?
That's at least a year.
Is it the same dosage you've been taking the whole time?
Yeah.
Okay. She's lying out there, so she's having a bad day. Yeah. Do you don't remember feeling any impacts or anything like that? Like anything from the front or the back or side?
Have they ran you through some scans here?
Yeah, they ran us through a body scan.
Have they told you anything, or?
They told me I wasn't gonna be able to get this off for about 30, 45 minutes.
Okay. Is anything hurting on you?
Lower back a little bit, but that's what I get. I really weren't hurt for that much.
Yeah.
I mean, I was sore at when I got out of the truck, I felt like.
You say you did have your seatbelt on, right?
Yeah, I did have.
Does your truck have airbags?
It's a newer truck, so you'd think it would.
Were they deployed, do you remember?
I don't think they were. I don't remember no airbags.
So this is gonna be kind of a stupid question, but when you got out of the truck was stopped, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely stop.
Did you turn it off?
I did.
you remember turning it off? I remember reaching down because I was like, I can turn this thing off. I don't even know if it was on, but I certainly turned the key off.
Okay. Is it a manual or automatic?
Automatic.
Did you put it in park?
It should have automatically went to park when I turned it off, but no, it didn't.
Okay.
I mean, that trucks are kind of weird.
Right, especially with
I used to
all the electronics.
a standard truck.
Right.
Up until about a year ago when I got that one, that was the first automatic truck.
And not knowing, is the gear selector like a standard knob, like a vehicle knob?
No, it's in neutral normally.
Okay.
And to get it to go in the drive or reverse, you gotta push the brake and push the knob down or up or down.
Okay. So it's like a tractor more so with the,
Yeah.
Okay.
So you remember seeing the red SUV when you got out of the?
I do remember seeing the red SUV beside me.
Do you remember seeing any other semis or bus, like a charter bus or anything like that?
I remember seeing it was in front of me.
The charter bus was in front of you? Do you remember, do you remember seeing, so you saw the red SUV, you saw a charter bus. Do you remember seeing a vehicle between your truck and the charter bus at all, or?
Just the side.
Just that red one?
Yeah.
So you don't remember anything between your truck and the charter bus, right? Your truck? And they were all on fire?
The truck was on fire.
Your truck was on fire and the charter bus? Or?
I don't remember. The charter bus was on fire later, I think. I don't know if it was on fire then or not. I'm not sure. I do remember seeing it after I'd gotten out and was standing there at the rear end of the charter bus.
Were your fuel tanks, were they full, empty, half?
Probably a little under half.
Little under half?
Yeah, because I hadn't been to the yard. I always fuel at the yard on the way back.
Yeah.
So they were probably a little under half.
So you run diesel, not compressed natural gas?
Yes, it's
Diesel. Did you run single side saddle or did you dual saddle? You saddle that on your truck or just one? Both sides.
Did anybody say anything to you, or did you hear anybody talk anything about the crash as soon as you got out?
No.
Okay.
Nobody even come over to her until I got away from the truck. And I seen this guy in there, and he was telling me, get me up. And I went over to him, and I told him I had to get up, but I tried. And I was like trying to, I said, he hurt.
I guess. I was checking on your pain or anything, so. Okay.
Thank you.
He said, I could use bathroom, but I think I can now.
Okay.
But, what was I saying?
Did anybody say anything to you? You said there was a guy that was trying to get you.
Yeah, I went to the guy and I said, I'll try to get you out. And I couldn't. And I went out and I started hollering at the guy in that car, and he was getting hot in the truck. I said, there's a guy in this car, and some people come over then, and they said, you need to get over there, and they got him out.
Okay.
The guy in the red SUV?
Yeah.
Do you know how many vehicles were involved total? Yeah.
The red SUV, was it next to your truck?
It was inside my truck.
Underneath your truck? Was it just sitting there
It
beside
was
your
sitting
truck?
there beside my truck.
Had it been hit?
It been hit.
Driver's side of your truck?
I'm not sure whether it was
Of your truck?
Oh, my truck?
Yeah.
So it was to the side, it wasn't to
It
the,
was to the side of my
to the, okay.
And it was kind of, when you got out of your door, it was a little bit behind the door frames, like by your doors?
Yeah, exactly.
fuel. You're about right.
Do you remember how damaged it was? Do you remember what kind of damage it had?
No,
You couldn't open the door.
I opened it, so I hit the passenger.
Okay, you got the passenger.
I went around the truck and got in the passenger side. And was trying to get out.
But there was damage to his driver's door?
I don't even know. I honestly didn't see the driver's door. When I come out, I come around because it was a little behind me. I come around the passenger door. I think it wasn't damaged. I opened it up. And he was it was kind of weird because I asked him, was he the driver? Because he was in the passenger side of the car. Partially.
Yeah. Okay. She's kind of over the center console.
Yeah, he was his seat was on this side of the center console.
Okay. On the passenger?
On the passenger side. And that's what kind of weird. And I asked him, are you okay? Are you going back? Because I wanted to know before I moved you came back.
Right.
And he said, I think I'm all right. I just need to get up. And so I tried to help him up. And that's when he was the older guy.
Okay.
And that's when I hollered for help.
He was the only one in the car?
He was the only one in the car, and he said I was standing beside him, or sitting beside him. Once he got over to the side and they asked him again, he said, yes, he was the only one in the car.
Would you have noticed if there was driver's side damage on that vehicle?
Not the way I come around, I don't
Yeah.
think so.
Okay.
Because when I come out of the truck, I went away from the truck and came around to the passenger side. Well, yes, passenger side.
So was that car facing the same direction as your truck?
It's kind of weird because I was trying to think that when you said that. And I really, he was facing the opposite way as my truck.
Okay.
Okay, so he was.
Because I came in, I'm not sure. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would think that if I had done that, it would have been his driver's side. That I was actually looking at the side that he should have been on.
Right.
So I might have been confused about that.
Yeah.
So I'm really not sure about that.
Okay.
Trying to think, there's another one that I thought of, and it escaped me already. Question: was his vehicle on like the zipper, or do you know like where it was in relation to the lane? Is it one?
It was like in the middle. It was like in the middle of the road. You know, like on the. He was on the left line.
In the fast lane?
Sure, in the fast lane.
Yeah.
But I don't remember which way it swung. Because I went around and I was thinking passenger side.
Is that a 2-lane section, or is it the split 2-lane, or so how many lanes were on your side of the road? Two, and then there's the shoulders.
Right.
Do you remember where your truck was in relation to that lane? And
my truck was to the right.
Was it on the shoulder, or was it all the way in just that right lane?
At that point, I'm not really sure.
Okay.
You don't remember hitting your brakes or anything, or?
I don't remember anything.
You said traffic was pretty empty, pretty desolate out there. It wasn't heavy traffic.
Yeah. When the last I remember, it was really heavy.
Yeah. Is it typically heavier than that normally on?
Yeah, I thought so, but I was like, I think a lot of people out here today. Because I remember earlier, thinking that ain't a lot of people out here today. But see, usually it gets worse as you get past that exit also. had to be turned, the SUV
Yeah.
had to be turned
Facing the opposite way.
facing the opposite direction, because now that I think about it, he was turned in the back seat, like,
Yeah.
yeah, so it had to be turned.
So he was almost all the way to the back.
Exactly, yeah.
Did you ask him his name or anything like that? Do you remember? You said he was an older guy. Was he tall, short?
Shorter than I am.
Shorter than you? How tall are you?
I'm 5'11".
Okay.
He's probably maybe 5'9".
Okay.
5'8".
Skinny little guy, or was he thick, or?
He was middle.
Okay.
If you get them to give me yours, so I can take yours. I'm ready
I'm using my body camera. Admin.
His labs were sent off,
Yes, sir.
and they were negative for any drugs.
Yes, sir.
He doesn't remember hitting his brakes,
No, sir.
doesn't remember anything past 126,
No, sir.
doesn't remember the red 2006 Toyota Highlander,
No, sir.
nothing. Did you see any, you conducted a view of him to determine whether he was under the influence of any drugs? Did you see any reaction that would be indicative of that he was either under the influence or abusing any kind of substance?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see any signs or any indications that he was impaired for purposes of driving or anything else?
No, sir.
If you had stopped him on the highway and you were going to make a determination as to whether to have him conduct field sobriety testing in the condition that you observed him there, would you do so?
I would not.
I believe you asked him a two-part question about whether or not he was impaired at some point.
I understand. I don't remember specifically that.
With apologies, I won't pull that up. You also got a handwritten statement from him.
Yes, I questioned, I read because you had the pulse and ox on his finger, so.
Okay.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to 1054. And before we begin, Trooper Mechanic, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 1054, please?
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends and engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll let the waterfall bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
$11.46, please. $12.06, please. $12.07. $12.10, please. Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
And approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced to the evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Gilman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter, Trooper Buchanan. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a Ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I move this is evidence. No objection. Your Honor.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Exhibit 139.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Buchnick.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many, many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent? Not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision, your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
Fair
it's-
enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
we take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence, we follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather, that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? To the right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Not really.
That's the most
Let's try it again.
accurate explanation.
Okay, you done?
I am.
Okay, let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? Why you
Yes,
supervising?
that is one possibility. yes.
Okay, let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially in a case, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. He's a case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, right?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29th, 2022. He was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael,
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
well, you said a lot before that.
No,
So
I didn't. I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29th, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case, right?
No,
Who was?
he was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
Sergeant, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He
on
was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Sustained to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask it
Jackson.
again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So Sergeant Buchanan, you don't want to answer my question. Correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted? in
Search warrants and
support-
affidavits,
In support of the search warrants?
correct?
Yes, I am.
You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness? Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With
Thank
the
you,
court's
sir.
permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Ms. Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
13.
ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well,
Again,
they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge? As you sit here.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery?
I'm sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court with a stamp, the time stamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
Not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3. Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with Ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, can you tell me who the affiant is?
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for Ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematic system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Garino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking the search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stoughton District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to tab 6, if you wouldn't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google and some geofence data, correct?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please. Does that appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Garino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written by Nicholas Garino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind. Do you see a similar report by Trooper Greeno?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, pardon me, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please. My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him,
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you don't mind turning to tab 10, please. Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning. It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes,
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please. You see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos.
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report. It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12. Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report numbered 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022. 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022. Clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Buchanan, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass. Is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, correct?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100+ reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed. So he had a part in the investigation as the case officer managing the tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning. all these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes,
As a matter of fact,
if not all.
Of the
If
ones
not.
that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No, Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor, you don't know everything Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
As a matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in the way. At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? You're following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes. Correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action, not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can, just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Please instruct the witness to answer my questions. The witness is non-responsive. I'm looking for a yes or no answer, Your Honor. Bev, pull your gown on, okay? Put your gown on. I told y'all, I thought I heard somebody say that they were alleging that Karen threw the glass at him and it broke on his face and cut him. I'm sorry. Taylor.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do your best. Bev, pull your gown on.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to, at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and 2 witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, et cetera, during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime Scene Services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Buchanan. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact Crime Scene Services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The fifth,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to one, at least one of them, while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th. You
I
weren't with him?
don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no
Okay.
idea.
So if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only three people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed three people,
Yes, we did.
three civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other
Right
two,
before he was last seen alive.
one of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. At the waterfall, correct?
All 3 of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all 3 of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all 3 people, all 3 were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the 3 people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first 3 interviews that you did, the first 3 civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to 3 people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All 3 were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right. Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes.
Suspects lied to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if
All
someone
the
has,
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I
Suspects.
do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If these three individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these three individuals just at their word, based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come together to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. But they always try to be assistant.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes, yes.
That's a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a second, Sergeant Buchanan, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital, is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? Was it on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered in evidence.
No objection.
While that's being marked, we approach very briefly. Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use. May I approach?
Yes. It worked earlier.
This is
It did, yes.
That's a beast. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here what that is.
Do you believe, as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point?
Yeah.
Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay. Understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours. Once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
I have just a moment.
Yes.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be
Okay.
around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used. And
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
Highlighted portion, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about 10 p.m.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes.
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point, I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to,
You
whatever we have to
indicated
do.
that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that
And
area.
of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
Sergeant, while we're looking for this piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, the back and forth conversation.
I see.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir. Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag,
I don't know that to be true.
because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the Beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer is not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence. So I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily. So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before the fact.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the log or the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30, 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented a 1 piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the
some of
3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all 3 dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask them individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not sure.
I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely, yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible. Yeah, we write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport.
He was actually in the Sallyport, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins? Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends.
Sustained, yes.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him
No,
and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated that he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in the car
and
at speed.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right? Objection.
Sustained.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct?
Objection.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, Sergeant, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from the at least parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
I'm sorry?
I object.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton Police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end at this?
we can, Your Honor.
All right.
Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not.
Yeah, I know, Biff, like to shut it down real quick. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop this. But I want to show y'all this too. Okay, because I ain't even gonna lie, they got my little blood rolling because they keep on trying to tell me that I'm loud and wrong. And like I said on TikTok, I might be loud, but I don't be wrong. So I want to show y'all this website, which is the Broward County's Sheriff's Office website, right? And when you do a criminal search, share this tab instead. When you do a criminal search, can y'all see what I'm looking at? Okay, good. When you do a criminal search for Millie, right? You see all the charges that he has. No bond, no bond, no bond, no bond, no bond. All right. The folks outside are going crazy over this right here. Because this right here is what they are posting, sharing to everybody, saying that Millie has a bond. So y'all know me. Let's look at the statute 777.04-4B. This is the description of criminal attempt to solicit, conspire, capital felony. The comments is solicitation to commit tampering, pending trial. So because this says this is why the folks outside are saying that this man has a bond. This is the sheriff's office. This is not the court clerk. Let's go over to the court clerk. Y'all know Miss Brenda D. Foreman. Y'all done seen Miss Brenda before. Let's search this case. All right, y'all know I'm always out here searching. So I'm gonna search again, and I'm gonna scroll it down, and I'm gonna take y'all right here. Okay. When we get right here, we know that this is the one from 23, first of all, because we know that he got this charge in 23. We see the judge fine on here, right? Right. So what I want to show y'all is the charges that our boy Melly has. Okay, here it is: tampering, felony, life. What statute is that? 914.22. Okay. Now these are all directed criminal activities. This is a criminal solicitation charge. Criminal solicitation to commit murder, though. Okay. This is not a solicitation for witness tampering. That is not true. Now the statutes look the same. It's 777.04, but you know what it's missing? That's /4B. If Muktuk situation ain't teach us nothing, it taught a lot of people you got to pay attention to the statutes because they are different. They mean they can hold a different charge. They can hold a different penalty. All right. Now let's go on down to this next tampering one. Right. What's that statute? Oh, okay. No statute there. There is no bond information available for this case. And even if you know, so many places to mess up with, let's scroll it down even further. Scroll down even further. Conspiracy to tamper with witnesses, blank, no bond. Tampering felony, blank, no bond. I'm 100% okay with being wrong. But don't get on my TikTok and my comment talking about I'm loud and wrong when I'm absolutely correct. Oh, I ain't even show the right thing, y'all. I'm just talking so y'all know this is where I was at. You know, like I said, these were the charges, and this is what I was showing y'all. That's the statute for the tampering. This is the statute for the tampering, the second tampering. Now this statute is the solicitation one. It looks familiar, don't it? Looks similar, but it's missing that -4B. There is no bond information. When we go down and look at the other tamperings, there is no bond information. They better leave me alone. What they better do is leave me alone, okay? That man ain't got no bond. No, don't play with it. All right, y'all. I hope y'all have a good evening. I'm gonna go ahead and go pick up Marley. And check out my son pictures. He went to the zoo today. My son went to the zoo today. So I'm gonna look at his pictures out here in a little bit. And I'm gonna holler at y'all later.